All right, let's get started. What are we doing today, guys? First up, sorry I didn't stream the past few days. One day was my Lancer session, but I got like bit on like the bottom of my thigh or like the back of my thigh by something. I couldn't really like sit in my chair for too long the past few days. So stream. All right. Plans for today. First things first, I want to finally start putting it off. I'm gonna grind out 90 herblore. I'm fairly sure I have all the supplies I need. I probably need to get some more like snake grass and stuff like that. Actually, yeah, let me start by getting some more snake grass. I do need some more snake grass. Yeah, you're basically gonna be doing a little bit of supply gathering. Then I'll actually do a bunch of grinding and, you know, that sort of stuff. And then once I'm done with that, once I hit 90 herblore, which shouldn't take too long. Okay, maybe it'll take longer than I think. I'll probably do a little PvM, maybe some like Waddle, maybe some Zora, maybe like a TOA run, something like that, right? Figure out something. And then play some Dead by Daylight later. Kind of the plan for the day. Oh god. Oh no. Who's idiots, right? Oh, I'll let my drink. Let me go grab my drink real quick. In my fucking chair. So fucking annoying. I really should have, I'm pretty sure I've got some snake grass seeds again. I really should have planted some. Bit late for that, though, unfortunately. So why that music had to play up here? Well, I only need a couple hundred, so it shouldn't take that long. I mean, honestly, I could skip making the prayer potions for my 90 herblore training, but I need to make them anyways, right? I already just don't want to listen to that anymore. How many Renar are we playing? Oh, more than I thought. Do I have grapes planted, I wonder? If I have grapes planted, I should probably harvest those. Yeah, definitely regretting not just growing some snake grass right now. Fuck me, dude. I'm fairly certain I have seeds as well. Just didn't plant any. At least I finally won't be low on prayer potions anymore. That's gonna be fucking nice. God, dude. I've been low on prayer potions for so long. I just been putting it off. I finally got around to like planting all of my Renar seeds. Obviously, been stacking them up in miscellanea. What I need to not do is, you know, use the fact that I actually have some fucking Renar Weeze now or some Prayer Potion now is not an excuse to just waste them. Kind of like I was before. I was just burning them on fucking nothing. Just burning them in places where I really shouldn't have been. It just so happened that, you know, Royal Titans came out. And obviously we wanted to get Twin Flame Staves, right? But Royal Titans are also a really good source of, like, Renar seeds and shit. So, like, it kind of just so happened that I stumbled into, like, a really good supply of Renars for a while. And I just, didn't have to worry about them. But, you know... I've got my Twin Flame staff now, so there's no reason for me to farm Titans at any level of consistency, right? So, you know, I ended up running really, really short of them. Unfortunately, I got a little too used to just wasting them pretty much. Definitely gonna have to fix that habit, right? Need to get some more, need to get some more amylase soon. Thankfully, stamina potions last a really long time these days. Especially since I've already finished all my questing. The times where I'm actually using stamp pots is pretty uncommon at this point. It's pretty rare I'm using stamp pots. Even just like a few hundred doses last quite a long time. After this, just remember to grab... I could also collect all my white berries as well. Actually, do I have... I think I have another set of Renars growing right now, actually. I probably should go collect those. I do. Okay, so... yeah, I'll need to get more snake grass than I was initially planning then. We'll get snake grass. I'll collect the Zamorak grapes I have growing. I'll collect the whiteberry bushes I have growing. I think that's it. I think after that point I just start making potions. Pretty sure. I should have, like, well more than enough. Yeah. Fuck, I'm gonna need like 500 of these, huh? Shit. I might somewhat tempted to kind of skip the prayer potions for the leveling, but I'm gonna need to make them sooner or later anyways. I might as well just get it over with, and at least it'll push me a bit towards 90. I didn't realize how much XP I had left to 90 though. I don't actually know if I'll grind it all out today. I might just get all the prep done and like get part of the work done and then go do some PvM. Probably what I'll end up doing. I really thought I had less to do actually. Yeah, that's what I get for not actually prepping properly. Probably noticed that the past like week or two, I've like really stepped back from Runescape quite a bit. I was definitely feeling burnt out. You know, it's been a nice break where I haven't really played that much RuneScape the past few weeks. That one. But I think I'm kind of ready to end my sort of break escape. Not really feeling any burnout anymore, right? I think one more trip of these, that should be enough. And yeah, I did have Samurai. I did have Grace Planted. And I think one more trip of these, that should be enough. Gather the grapes, do a farm run, including my whiteberry bushes. That's it. That's it. Then I go get to go spend a bunch of golden Narda. Alright, that'll be plenty. Not forget to grab of my blessings and my fucking secretary. Dude, I don't know what it is about whenever I go to harvest grapes, I forget my secretaries all the time. Blessing. I'm not even gonna bother like clearing these right now. I feel like I saw that grape just like randomly pop in. I don't know, maybe I just wasn't paying attention though. I'm kind of spaced out today. I don't know, it's weird, dude. Ever since I woke up, I almost feel like I'm fucking stoned. But I haven't like done any. I don't know, man. I just felt like this all day ever since I woke up. I just feel like I'm fucking stoned or some shit. No idea why. And you get a pretty solid amount of grapes out of this harvest, it looks like. It's a shame the grapes won't grow back. Imagine. Imagine if grapevines worked like berry bushes. Holy shit, dude. But that'd be the fucking dream. Alright. All the grapes. One real quick farming run. I'm not even gonna bother planting. I'm just gonna gather. I seem a bit of a waste. But it is what it is. I just want to get started on this fucking grind. And it's totally my own fault for just being super underprepared, though. I really should have tried to at least kept up like star mining the past few days, but I just didn't really do much of anything, to be honest. And sometimes the berry bushes pop off hard. I don't remember where this track is from. Probably one of the underwater areas, I assume. Alright. Let me speed this up, actually. Civitas. Oh, yeah. Shit, I don't know. Was that I couldn't remember where all I needed to go. Like I said, I'm super, like, out of it today. I have started playing Elite Dangerous again. My friend also started playing again recently, so, you know, good time to get back into it. We decided we wanted to get, like, a squadron carrier, right? So we could, like, share resources. Dude, they're so expensive. They're so expensive, dude. Fortunately, in Elite Dangerous, there's a way of, like, farming money in-game that's, like, completely AFK. Like, you can just, like, turn it on and leave it on overnight. Like, not super efficient money, but, like, again, you can literally just leave it on overnight, right? I'm gonna be doing so much of that, I guess, but dude. I hate that it's like so expensive that I kind of feel like we have to. It's just. I mean, yeah, like the last thing I wanted to do was boot up Elite Dangerous and immediately be like, oh, time to farm credits. Time to farm money. Ugh. But like with us Godwin carrier though, you can like share ships, money, materials. You basically share everything. Especially if we want to get some other people playing the game with us. We really thought, it'd be a good idea. Especially me. I've got a bunch of like old ships that are like fully kitted out that I'm just like literally never going to use. It's like I built them out thinking, like I'd probably like it, and then ended up like not liking it. So it's just sitting, rotting away in my storage. Like, if we had the squadron carrier, I could, give or lend one of those old ships to like help people get into the game a bit easier, right? Just had no idea how absurdly expensive it was going to be. I know he's trying to sucker more people into playing so we can grind out the money together. Because obviously it's a squadron thing, right? So you can like pull your money together. It doesn't have to be just like one person paying for it, right? Which is why it's so expensive, presumably. Fortunately, it kind of works out. Since kind of the main thing I want to do in RuneScape right now is actually grind agility. So something I can do is I can set up the AFK bunny grinding in Elite Dangerous and like grind agility on my main monitor. I can. Like, at least it's a game that, like, here's really well for RuneScape. Alright, though. I guess, yeah, I just head over to Narda now. It started. Where's my desert amulet? There it is. Let's just go ahead and start with the Rodars, get the prayer potions out of the way. They're going to be the worst XP. Somewhat tempted to just have like to just pay the person to clean all the herbs for me, but I don't want to miss out on the XP. Okay. Oh shit. I'm gonna need more charges. It's an amulet, right? Yeah, amulet of chemistry. A jade. Oh, I didn't consider this. Okay, short mining trip first. Iron Man things. Oh, I need the fucking Amatogori, or it's gonna take 10 billion years to mine anything. And the wonders of being an Iron Man, though. Never. Shame it has to be jades if God, because if it was opals, I've got so many spare opals laying around. Ugh. Is the music bugged? Why is it just not? Okay. It'll take me a hot minute to get a decent amount of jades, huh? Yeah, I definitely don't think I'm getting the 90 herblore today. I'll probably go do something else. Or get like half of it done or something like that. Like, I'll try to get a good chunk of it done, then I'll probably go. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna go do. I was initially considering doing like some TOA, but I'm probably a bit too spaced out today to do TOA. I go do some Mass Wake Waddle. That'd be super low effort. I'll go do Zora. Although I don't know if I even got the brain function right now for Zora. Kind of a wild thing to say. That's one more wild. I can still remember the days when like when I was trying to get my first Zora kill, and I thought like Zora was like legitimately like kind of overwhelming. Like, I was like getting overwhelmed. Just trying to like keep track of everything. Now a lot of the problem back then was like I had way worse gear, right? So I was getting just like and like way worse stats as well. So I was just getting absolutely fucking pummeled. Like trying to keep up with healing and shit too, right? You know, it's like I was trying to like, you know, make sure I, you know, keep myself healed up enough to not die. And you're like also not wasting too much DPS. While like also like, you know, using the fucking plugin to go to the right place and like keep the plugin updated. Like I guess back then it probably was a lot more overwhelming than it is now. You know, now I just have such good stats. You know, basically maxed. Yeah, it's like way you just focus on like, and obviously now I've done so much Zora that I have even though I haven't really even been trying to memorize the rotations. I have them like, you know, pretty well learned. Honestly, if I wanted to, I could probably put in just a little bit of effort and like actually properly learn them and never need to use the plugin again, but not willing to do that. And this track feels super nostalgic for some reason. Where does this track play? I don't know why I went up the stairs. Oh, it's the Lumbridge song. Well, there you go. This is the Lumbridge track. That explains why it's so nostalgic. In this inventory, there should be enough jades, I think. I'm not going to be using the alchemist amulet for everything. Like the prayer potions and probably like range potions. Things where like the secondary ingredients are like more annoying to get. Or the primary ingredient. Like things that have annoying ingredients to get, I'll use the alchemist amulet on, but things like super attacks and strengths and shit like that, I'm not going to bother with using alchemist amulet. It should be good. Like, right before the stream, I actually learned about some kind of crazy shit. Apparently there's a big problem. Mostly for, like, smaller music artists. Where, like... Apparently you can basically just, like... make whatever fucking shit you own. And you can pretty much, like, directly upload it to an artist page. And there's, like, almost no verification. Or you can, like, claim that, like, your song is, like, a collab with a different artist. And it'll be, like, put on their page. And shit like that. And it's just, like, they just, like, leech off, like, more popular artists. You know, obviously, if you do it to, like, a big artist, you'll get fucked, right? But, like, apparently for, like, smaller, like, independent, like, musicians, it's a really big problem. And it's kind of wild that it could even become a problem to begin with, right? Because, like, I guess it's just literally no verification at all. And I'm talking about on like, Spotify and shit, right? Apparently, it's just, like, basically no verification at all. It's fucking wild. That was less than I thought it was, but it'll be fine. I can't say I'm super surprised, though. You know, it wasn't that long ago that I had, like, a copyright problem with someone who had basically taken one of the tracks from Legend of Dragoon, kind of mumbled over it, and uploaded it as their own song. And they were trying to, like, copyright claim one of my videos that, like, had it playing in the background. I reported that song for copyright infringement and, like, nothing happened. I guarantee you they did not get permission from Sony to use that. That's a fucking... I wonder how common that is. People who literally take, like, a video game music track and literally just, like, sing over it. And, like, try to, like, publish it as their own unique music. I bet that's actually probably, like, surprisingly common. Let's take those. Take those in the amulets. If I finish the Elite Karamja Diary, I can use that furnace there, right? I need to do that. requirements am I missing for Elite Karamja? Rune crafting. Just rune crafting. Fortunately, 91 rune crafting, so... I mean, it's boostable, so, you know, it's doable from 86. Fucking hell, dude. Let me also grab... Level 2 enchant, right? Pretty sure it's level 2 enchant for Jade. Yeah, it is. Alright, and double check it, but yeah, it is level 2 enchant. Pretty sure I bought up a bunch of balls of wool earlier already, so I shouldn't need to go get those. There we go. Actually, I shouldn't even deposit those. I should just and directly combine those. Alchemist amulet. Hopefully this will be enough charges for everything I need to make the day. Somewhat in the near future, I'll go on like a big like gem mining spree and just make a fuck ton of chemist amulets. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Alright, back to Narda. Oh, please, man, don't tell me I don't need to go buy vials of fucking water, too. Oh. Probably enough. I think for a lot of them, I already have decanted potions. I have some unfinished potions already for a lot of them. I think they did something that was supposed to make ingredient pouch like less annoying to use. Hopefully that's actually the case. I remember what change they made though. They adjusted something. I don't remember. I just don't remember what it was. At the very least, I mean, this is exactly the same. I don't know. Maybe there's a more efficient way to do it now. But yeah, man, I could check the wiki. What did they change about the ingredient pouch? Ah, right, reagent pouch. I was trying to like look up the ingredient pouch on the wiki. Yeah, that shit was not working. Unsurprisingly. Apparently what I'm doing right now is still the way you use it. So I guess nothing, whatever they did that didn't actually change anything, I guess. I don't know. Oh, it just automatically, okay. They basically just made it better if you're not using like menu swapper. Okay. That's all it was. It's just better if you weren't using menu swapper. Obviously I am, so. Didn't make it any less annoying for me, unfortunately. Well, now we're just sitting here creating potions. Yap about. I don't know. I don't really have anything RuneScape related to even talk about right now. Yeah, just I feel like there's nothing interesting happening in RuneScape right now. We're just kind of waiting, right? Waiting for selling, waiting for the vampire stuff. I think I've already spent enough time yapping about those topics in the past. Well, actually, there is kind of something not RuneScape related, but so I've been getting into Dead by Daylight, right? So I've recently kind of been watching some videos on like to like help learn the game, kind of get an idea of the fundamentals. I came across a video that like the title made me assume like this has got to be like the most like cold take ever, right? Like this is like so obviously true, and there's no way this person is getting pushback on this. So like, why does that video even really exist, right? It's a video by a creator called Scott Jund. Oh, fuck, what is the video called? I forgot the title of it. Basically, the premise of the video was that like basically anything that helps you like down a survivor is like effectively a slowdown perk, right? I guess like the Dead by Daylight player base has kind of got like this, kind of got it stuck in their head like they need to like run a bunch of generator slowdown perks that like specifically affect the generator. And like basically his argument was that like anything that helps you progress the game, pretty much, right? Anything that helps you get it down is effectively a slowdown perk, right? Because you're stopping survivors from doing anything. And I thought this was like the most obvious thing ever. So I'm sitting here watching and it's like, why is this even a video? Surely people can't possibly disagree with this, right? Because if you're downing survivors, then they're not doing generators. Obviously that would slow the game down. But he was actually getting like quite a bit of pushback. Which is really odd to me because it seems so obvious that like he's obviously correct. Like just objectively on its face. There's, quite frankly, in my opinion, really no way to argue with it. It's just like objectively true. Right? Like I'm sitting here wondering like why is he getting so much pushback on it? Like why are people even disagreeing with this to begin with, right? You know, some people are like saying, you know, he's trying to argue semantics or whatever, but whatever, those people would trying to find something to nitpick with, right? It was actually like kind of baffling seeing some of the response to it. I think for like a long-standing game, I think this for any long-running game, I think it's really easy to get like caught up in the meta and like whatever you're familiar with, and just kind of like losing sight of the bigger picture of a lot of things. And it's kind of making me wonder like how much of like how does that affect RuneScape, I wonder? I just heard like a scream in the music. Well, the song is literally called Stalkers. There's a good chance there literally is some sort of scream in the background. Yeah, I wonder like how much something like that affects RuneScape, right? How much of like player perspective is sort of like clouded by existing knowledge and like meta. I figure like this is probably a problem. It's got to be a problem in like most long-standing games to some extent, right? Probably. You know, like the correct way to do things, even if like the developers change something. But I actually kind of think RuneScape might not be like that heavily affected by that sort of thing. I'm trying to think of an example of like. I can't really think of anything though. I guess maybe RuneScape has just never really changed enough, right? Maybe the only example I could possibly think of would be like, I don't think like Moonlight mobs are very commonly used, right? But I feel like Moonlight mobs are like a really, really good way for like mid-game players to like save on flies, right? Especially if you're just doing like Slayer and whatnot. I bet there are a ton of people who still like just like they just burn like prayer potions and shit on Slayer. When it doesn't really benefit them that much to do so. Right? And maybe there's some examples in things like that, but that's like the only thing I can really think of. Even that's kind of stretching it, I think. Because there's like legitimate reasons you would, prefer prayer potions over mobs, even if you're like trying to be cheap, right? Or more per dose, more doses per slot. It kind of depends on like the Slayer task, but you might not be able to. You might have to bank more if you want to use Moonlight mobs. That feels nice. 2200 prayer potion doses. That feels real nice. What do I want to make next? Guess I'll work through these dwarf wheat potions. Maybe after that I'll do the range pods, maybe. Oh, right. Use it on him. Although perhaps like Dead by Daylight isn't the best community to be really like taking any notes from anyways. Oh, I haven't made Toflax potions. I thought I'd already made these. What did I have? Oh, I had dwarf weed. That's for range potions. The dwarf weed that I already had made up on. Haven't. Okay, clearly I didn't get something else. But yeah, maybe Dead by Daylight players aren't exactly the best to be taking notes from for that kind of thing, anyways. Because while I haven't played that many matches off stream, I did have one match off stream where it was a group of, it was like I'm pretty sure it was a 4-man. Maybe it was a 3-man. I'm pretty sure it was a 4-man. But it was pretty standard, like 4-man, like bully squad, right? And they're just trying to be assholes and be disruptive and shit like that, right? And since they were doing that, I just tunneled one out of the game ASAP, right? I hooked one person 3 times in a row, killed them, just got them out of the way, and just trying to move on as quickly as possible. If they were going to be assholes, I was going to be an asshole too, you know. Tunneling, slugging, full 9 yards. So despite the fact they've come into the game to be as like toxic and annoying as possible, they've got the audacity to get mad in the in-game chat afterwards, right? So it's like, you know. And, you know, after I tunneled one out, it was pretty much over from there, right? I'd pretty much just already won the game. I got one guy out at 4 gens left. You know, one guy dead at 4 gens. Like, from there, it was pretty easy just to continue tunneling them out one by one. It was, you know, easy game. One guy got out through hatch, but you know, but they literally went into the match with the intention of being as toxic and as annoying as possible. And they've got the audacity to be mad when I just like, I guess I wouldn't even call it being toxic. It's just like, it's kind of an asshole way to play, right? It's just like the most efficient way to play at the cost of pretty much everybody else's fun, right? But they were trying to play at the cost of my fun anyway, so fuck them, yeah? Maybe not the best community of players to get this. Man, brews really are just fucking fat XP. I kind of wish I'd been focusing a bit more on collecting bird nests now. I've got a ton of toadflax seeds. I could go do a couple like farming rotations doing toadflax, and I'd had so much banked XP. I'm pretty sure they're relatively low farming level as well, so I should get quite a lot of herbs per seed. Yeah, Dead by Daylight players can be really weird. Like, I've had one person get really mad at me for slugging them. Even though I'm, at least to my understanding, and they ended up having it anyways. I knew they were guaranteed to have decisive strike, right? Because they were the exception, and someone else had already decisive striked me. Someone else decisive striked me. That wasn't the exception. And from my understanding, that means the other person either they have to have some sort of perk that makes them more likely to be the exception as well, right? And like decisive strike is like the most common one of those from my understanding. So, you know, I got decisive strike with someone else. So my immediate thought was, oh, the obsession must also have decisive strike, probably, right? Either way, there was a really extremely high chance that they had decisive strike. So it's like, I downed them. I'm like, I'm pretty sure they still have decisive strike, so I probably shouldn't pick them up, right? Because they'll just get away. And I had info on another survivor anyways. So I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna let them pick this guy up. I just left, right? And in game chat, that guy got really mad at me for slugging him. It's like, but I knew you had decisive strike. So, like, what do you want from me? Like, it's just unlucky that it was just unlucky for that guy that there were two people running decisive strike, and the other guy DS'd me first. But he was the obsession, so I knew about it, so I just left him on the ground. I mean, he got picked up. I didn't like hover around him and like make it so they couldn't pick him up. He got picked up like 30 seconds later or something like that. Like, I don't even know why he was that mad about it. He wasn't even on the ground for that long. No, well, my thought process was, this guy probably has a decisive strike. I'll just let them pick him up. And I just left. That was it. Like, at least he won't be doing gens for a little while. Someone else had to come pick him up. You know. Someone farming goat horns? Yes. Something I've definitely noticed in Dead by Daylight is a lot of people seem to think they're getting tunneled or they're getting like hard slugged when they're just not. Legitimately, I think the reason why like there's such a big stink in the community about tunneling and slugging is that people just fucking convince themselves that like the killer is them like doing some really toxic sweaty shit when it's just not happening. Because like, you know, if you down someone and you know there's another survivor nearby who's looking for a save, you can't just pick up the person you just downed, right? Unless you have a way to like safely pick them up, like you can like they're in a corner and you can just like look into the corner. Like you can't really just pick them up, right? You have to chase off the other survivor first. And I've noticed some players will get really mad at that and say the killer's slugging them, right? And it's like, well, I mean, I guess technically yes, but it's not exactly the killer's choice to do so in that situation, right? It's the survivor hovering around you that's making it happen. Same with camping, right? I definitely had a lot of games where, like, you know, I'll hook someone. Some form or another, I'll have info that, like, a survivor's nearby, or, you know, I just see a survivor, right? And it's like they'll just hover around the hook, and, like, some people will get mad at, you will get mad about getting camped for that. And it's like, well, there's another survivor hovering around you. Like, I'm not just going to ignore the other survivor and just fuck off. Like, I feel like survivors don't realize a lot of times when they get slugged or camped, it's like not because the killer actually wants to do that. It's because the other survivors just won't fuck off. Legitimately. The other survivors just won't fuck off. And they did realize that the the reason they're getting slugged or camped or whatever is because the other survivors will fuck off. Probably have a better time. But oh shit! I need to make those wines. I need jugs of water. There's nowhere I can just buy jugs of water, right? I think, if I remember correctly, the best way of getting jugs of water is to just buy jugs and use humidify. Like, no way for me to buy jugs of wine in bulk. Jugs of water in bulk, I mean. I didn't really think there's... Well, I have a good way of getting the Lumbridge if I don't have access to Lumbridge teleport. I mean, there's like... not a good way of getting there otherwise, is there? Well, obviously I can't get the achievement cape. Ab. Well, I guess I could have just teleported Lumbridge, bought all the wines, or bought all the jugs. and then switch my spellbook later. Ouch. Bumped the shit out of my hand on the desk. Oh, more my wrist than my hand. And you know, I do want to say, with I'm talking about the Dead by Daylight, where like survivors not realizing that the reason why like killers are doing certain things is not necessarily because the killers want to. It's just like a oh, I could just use spin flame staff. It's just like a natural consequence of certain survivor actions. It's not like there aren't things that survivors do that killers think are like super toxic or something that aren't. The only one thing I know I definitely probably gets me quite often. If like a survivor's like teabagging after like a pallet or something, like they're just trying to bait you, right? They're just trying to bait you into a bad chase. And I guess you could still argue it's kind of toxic, but they're not really doing it to be toxic, right? Like, I guess whether or not you count that is up for debate, is like if it's actually toxic or not, right? I guess it like kind of technically is, but like there's like a legitimate gameplay reason for it, so I don't really think it's like, oh, I don't really think it's like that. Because if someone's doing that to you, unless it's like a 4-man bully squad, they probably are just doing it to bait you away from like a generator or something. Kind of whenever whenever I see like survivors teabag after like a pallet or something, I kind of stop to think like, you know, that probably means like a generator is being worked on and it's like probably getting pretty close. So like, is it even worth it to continue chasing this survivor, or should I go check a nearby gen? Right? Because there's probably a nearby gen as well. But they don't want you to like stop chasing them and like troll a little bit. You're trying to keep eyes off their other survivors, right? So honestly, now pretty much whenever I get teabagged, it's almost like having an extra info perk. Like 9 out of 10 chance there's a generator being worked on that's either close or nearby. Made enough. Oh, someone else. But yeah, now, like, if I'm like chasing someone and then like, you know, they pout and like teabagging shit, if they're not injured, a lot of times I'll just go check a nearby gen. If they're injured, it's like it's a bit more debatable, right? A lot of times they're not injured though. I'll just fuck off. Because it's just such a high chance they're trying to bait me away from an objective, right? Always love making jugs of wine. You need the big chunk of XP all at once. It's always super satisfying. Also, a pretty big shift in perspective of what I think like a bad chase is in Dead by Daylight as well. Like, if a chase is taking me a long time, but they're like, you know, they're just running from pallet to pallet and dropping like every single fucking one. If it's like right at the start of the game, I usually consider that a good chase. Because it just gets rid of so many supplies. Gets rid of so many resources for the survivors. And it's already been 2 hours almost of mostly not herblore. Jesus. I guess it's herblore, prepping for herblore, but still, damn. This should be the last of the prep I need to do, though. Just focus on herblore after this. I feel like I remember jugs of wine being faster. Pretty good, Robert. Kind of zoned out today for some reason, but other than that, pretty good. Oh no, you ever just wake up and you just kind of feel stoned, I guess? If you know what being stoned feels like. That's me today. No, I fucking let the stat go. Now my day is worse. $340,000. Didn't take that long. Like, that's kind of the last major herblore milestone I really care about for a while, I think. Because that's high enough for me to, like, use pies to make extended anti-venoms. I think the only thing I'm missing at that point is, like, extended super dragon fire. And, yeah, and divine super combats. Now, I would like divine super combats, mind you, but not enough to, like, what would I grind? 2 more levels, I think. If I wanted to use stew boosting, it'd be 2 more levels. Like, I'll get it done eventually, don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna, like, push for it, like, anytime soon, I think. Because divine super combats would be really, really nice. But... But in 92 even just to stew boost them. There's 94 cooking. I'm feeling pretty good though. I took I took kind of like the last 2 weeks kind of to like really step back from grinding much RuneScape, and I'm not really I'm feeling like way better about the game now. I'm not feeling like really have like any burnout left at this point. So you know, it's been nice taking a break from the grind. How many Zamorak wines do we have? Oops. I feel like RuneScape, it's kind of weird. You know, RuneScape is one of those games where it's like, I kind of feel like you have to like semi-frequently, like semi-often, remind yourself to take a break. I just feel like burnout creeps up on you in RuneScape, unlike any other game. I feel like any other game, you start getting burnt out, you really feel it. I kind of feel like for some reason, maybe it's just me though. Maybe it's just me, but with RuneScape, until I'm super, super burnt out, I don't even like start realizing that I'm kind of feeling burnt out on the game. I don't know if that's just me, but I don't know. I just feel like for some reason, burnout in RuneScape really sneaks up on you. Maybe it's because there's a lot of stuff in RuneScape that's like, it's very much something you can do while paying attention to something else, right? So like kind of distracting yourself even from the burnout. Maybe that's part of it. Like, you know, I was definitely already kind of getting burnt out before I started like grinding Tormented Demons really hard. But when I started grinding Tormented Demons really hard, like the burnout hit me like a sack of fucking bricks. Like all the burnout I accumulated up until that point whacked me right in the face. And it was really bad. And I know there was like a good, I don't know, I feel like probably like a good 2 weeks where like every stream was just me like bitching and complaining about the game. And about farming Tormented Demons. Yeah, like the burnout really snuck up on me and then hit me really hard all at once. I'm gonna try to like not let that happen in the future. I already have way more. Something like that, yeah, Robert. It's pretty rough. But I do really think it was yeah, it was actually, yeah, it was about 2,000 almost exactly between them. Almost exactly 2K between them. Damn, I hope so too, Robert. Yeah, really. I was super burnt out. I was super pissed at the game. And like, dude, I tried to ignore the burnout at first and just kind of power through it, and the result is like, I think it's been like a fucking month-long recovery process from the burnout at this point. And honestly, I did what any sane person would do when you're feeling burnt out on one game. I found a different game known for making people absolutely miserable to play. That said, my experience playing Dead by Daylight actually hasn't been that bad. Yeah, I've had a couple of like, you know, like bully squads, like here and there, but that's just like one match out of like 15 or 20, right? Like, yeah, you know, you're gonna get bad matches now and then again, right? Like, but like so far, it really hasn't been a bad experience by any means. Honestly, my biggest criticism of the game right now is like basically if I wanted to unlock all the perks, when I'd have to spend way more than the base price of the game, right? Because there's so much DLC, right? But also you'd have to do a fuck ton of grinding to get enough points to unlock everything, and like. It's like I just can't really experiment with builds that much. I don't have access to a lot of the good perks, and I'm gonna be frank, because of that, dude, I say I'm just not interested in Survivor gameplay. Like I'm just not interested in playing Survivor side. But you want the real reason I don't want to play Survivor is because there's like fucking 80 survivors I would have to buy and unlock and level up to get access to all the perks. And you know what? No, No. No. I wouldn't say it's pay to win. Necessarily. I mean, okay. By strict definitions, yes. 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 Just straight up yes. Pay to win. But it's like, you know, it's basically pay to unlock shit. And if you're an active player of the game, it's like, you know, it's like a $5 purchase every few weeks, like every few months, right? If you're like actively playing the game, it's not a big deal. But if you're just someone getting to the game just now, it's kind of rough, right? And to be fair, so far I bought the game on sale for $8, right? And then I spent $25 for currency to buy characters. And I have most of like the exclusively paid. So you can't unlock some characters in game, right, with in-game currency. So like they have to. So basically, you have like original characters, right? You have their own original characters, and those you can unlock by grinding, right? But Dead by Daylight has also done a lot of crossover stuff, and those can only be bought with real money, right? So so if you want the perks, like the good perks from like those characters, you just straight up just have to spend money, right? Because I bought the game on sale for $8 and I spent another $25 on currency, and I have like most of the perks from like the paid only characters that I want. Like I got most of the characters that had perks I wanted, right? But there's still quite a lot of characters I don't have. Like, and then not only that, you basically have to prestige every character to unlock their perks for all the other characters. So there's a lot of grinding just to unlock the perks. Like this on top of like while learning the game. I just feel like the new player experience is kind of rough. But despite that, I am still enjoying the game. Just buy the base game and no lockables would be the disadvantage. It kind of heavily depends on what characters you want to play. So if you end up wanting to play a character that like really wants to rely on aura perks, a couple of the really good aura perks are locked on killers that you have to pay for. I wouldn't say you're at a massive disadvantage. It's like, so like one of my favorite perks right now, right, is Lethal Pursuer. And what Lethal Pursuer does at the start of the game, it shows you where all the survivors are for 8 seconds. And it also increases the duration of all other aura perks, right, by 2 seconds. This is a really good perk that makes it like way easier to get some early game momentum. And it also buffs other aura perks a bit. And it's a really strong perk, but it's like by no means necessary. I don't even know if it's like, I don't know if it's even like super strong, considered super strong. I like it a lot because I found at least in the lower MMR, maybe once I get the higher MMR, I'll actually like stop using it altogether. But at least now, I find that the early game momentum from Lethal Pursuer is like super strong. That a lot of times that alone will win me games. Because I can just directly go to where a survivor is, right? Like I know exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. It also does kind of provide some other minor value as well at the start of the game. Like if I see someone who's like just walking towards something, that tells me that they probably have sprint burst, right? So I know they're probably like a bad idea as like a first target. Like I probably shouldn't chase them first because they're probably just going to sprint burst away from me, right? So it does provide a really high spike in value right at the start of the game. And you can really like gain a lot of momentum and snowball off of it. But like, that's totally not necessary at all. And you can, you know, just build around different strategies. I really like the strategy of just getting the momentum in the game and keeping it, personally. I don't really like doing all the gen slowdown shit. I kind of find it like boring, to be honest, to do gen slowdowns. And I find that like matches where I'm focusing on gen slowdown stuff kind of feel like more stressful because is wall hack. Yeah. So there's a lot of, so basically aura reading is wall hacks. Aura reading is literally wall hacks. And like, I really like running info perks and stuff that just, they basically just let you keep up the momentum, right? I really like that personally. I don't know. I know the meta right now, like the quote-unquote meta, is things that essentially regress generator progress to like slow down survivor progress. Maybe if I was like already better at the game and I was like better at finding survivors without info perks and like better at chasing, maybe I wouldn't find it necessary to run that sort of thing. Like maybe I'm kind of crutching on it. But I think it also really depends. Again, I think it really depends on the killer you're playing, right? So I'm planning to specialize in the Xenomorph from Alien. And like the Xenomorph has like a few things going for it base kit. It has a chase ability that kind of lets you zone out like pallets and windows a bit. It has a movement ability with tunnels that also shows footsteps in a 16-meter radius. So it's got movement and info combined in one, and it's got a chase perk, right? It's got a chase ability. So like, realistically, I don't really need to run info perks on the Alien. Like I could totally get away with not running any at all. I still like running them because it like helps keep up the momentum. And like chase perks aren't quite as necessary. Although I think there is one chase perk I really want to get for Alien. On a character I haven't unlocked yet. But I can unlock that character with currency, so it's fine. Like I said, it really depends a lot on like what character you're playing. Like what kind of perks are like really good, right? So, and like, so some killers are going to be like way more dependent on like perks that you need to buy than others. It really, really depends. In fact, part of the reason why I've decided to specialize in the Xenomorph is because it doesn't feel like Xenomorph really relies on anything in particular too heavily. Xenomorph has like a really like well-rounded, balanced kit that has like a little bit of everything, right? So original killers, like non-collaboration killers, like non-licensed killers, you can unlock by playing. It's only the killers that come from like collaborations that you have to pay for. Like killers like Nemesis and Wesker from Resident Evil, you have to pay for. But there's a bunch of like original killers that you can just unlock for currency. Basically, anything from a collab you have to buy. Otherwise, you can earn it in game. And I realize that's probably not even like by choice from them. It's probably just part of their licensing contracts that they can't just like let them be earnable for in-game currency, right? So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it kind of sucks, but it's probably not even the developer's choice to make it that way, right? If you're trying to secure a licensing contract, essentially giving away your product for free is probably not going to go over well, very well. That's the main reason why it doesn't bother me that much, because I know, like, yes, it kind of sucks, but it's probably out of their hands. So I'm kind of willing to put up with it. I mean, and they're not that expensive anyways. Especially if you're not worried about buying them all at once. Like, each one is like $5, I think, pretty much. I don't know if any of them are more than that. And I do need to say there's also a way to get perks without buying the killers. There's like a weekly rotating shop where you can, there would be like 4 random perks, 2 from survivors, 2 from killers. It doesn't seem that bad so far. I haven't actually been playing that much, to be honest. I've basically only been playing on stream. I've done maybe like 10 to 15 matches off stream. I've been kind of reserving all my playtime for on stream. And even then, I've still gotten a fair bit of currency. Like, I've got enough currency right now for I've unlocked like 3 or 4 characters already, and I've got enough currency to unlock another one. I'm only saving currency because of the weekly shop. I'm saving some extra currency in case something really good pops up in the weekly shop for a character that I don't want to play but has a perk I want, right? So like, there are ways other than buying the killer to get the perk. I kind of forgot to mention that, but that is, I do feel like that is important to bring up. There is a weekly rotating shop with random perks. Honestly, compared to like how much it costs to unlock a cosmetic, the cosmetics are like way bigger grinds than the characters themselves. I was looking at the price of the cosmetics, and like compared to the price of the characters themselves, it's way it's like 1/5 of the price. I very much get the impression that they want it to be like fairly doable to unlock characters by grinding. They maybe don't want it so doable to unlock cosmetics by grinding. They want you to spend money on cosmetics, is the impression I got. Like I think, like I feel like a lot of the skins are like, one skin is like the price of like 2 characters. Or more. Personally, I'm not that worried about the cosmetics myself, especially since I'm playing Xenomorph. I'm quite happy with just the default look, right? But it's the alien from Alien. Come the fuck on. Looks sick on its own. I don't think any of the cosmetics for licensed killers can be unlocked for free. I'll double check when I log on later. But I'm pretty sure all the cosmetics for licensed killers have to be bought for money. I guess honestly my biggest warning for Dead by Daylight is like be prepared for matches where you get some toxic people. It's like any you know PvP game. There's gonna be some toxicity. No matter which side you play on. Also the matchmaking is kinda ass. The matchmaking is pretty ass. They really need to work on their matchmaking. And to some extent, I get it. It's an old game. The amount of players who like have a relatively similar amount of experience as me is not going to be that high. But you know what really fucking blows? Going into a lobby of people that all have like 5,000 plus hours in the game when I have like fucking 20 or 30 at this point. That shit is rough. I forgot that. It's an old game though, so like to an extent I get that it's going to happen no matter what, right? Said, you know, most of my matches are like not that bad, right? Sometimes there'll be like, you know, maybe like one or two people that's like clearly fairly experienced, but most of the time there's like at least a couple like pretty new players in my lobbies, so it's really not that all that bad, all things considered. It's just like occasionally sometimes the matchmaking is a little rough. And just be prepared, no matter what you do, someone will bitch and complain. Someone will bitch and complain. But that's just fucking PvP games. That's just PvP games for you. Right? Like I actually talked about this story earlier, but like one of the few games I did off stream, I queued into a 4-man bully squad, quote unquote. Basically, there's a group of players that are like there's like a 4-man stack they're going into the game with like the intention of being like as fucking like annoying and like asshole-ish as possible to you. It just is like making the game miserable. And basically, the moment I realized it was a bully squad, I basically just started tunneling them out one by one. And by tunneling, basically, I mean So you had to hook someone 3 times to kill them, right? So like hard tunneling is like when you hook one person and you basically just hard focus that person until they're dead, right? You just focus one person at a time until they're dead. And the moment I realized they're a bully squad, I just started tunneling them out one by one, right? You know, they're going to be toxic to me. I'm going to be toxic to them, right? You know. And they got really, really mad about it. They were so mad that they were getting fucking tunneled and slugged. Despite being a literal bully squad. So, be prepared for that sort of stuff. And so that's just how PvP games are, though, right? I did, yeah, Robert. It's a game I've been interested in a while, and I saw it on sale for $8 on Steam. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna pick it up. And I have, again, you get the bad match every now and then, but I generally my experience has been quite fun. I've had a lot of fun. It's just the natural variance of online play means you're going to get bad matches every once in a while, no matter what, right? I think I'd also say, like, don't go into it blind. Definitely, like, look up some resources, like some guys and shit on YouTube. Like, if you just go to it blind and try to just, like, learn it all yourself, you're going to have a really rough time. I've watched enough Dead by Daylight over the years that I kind of went into the game with like kind of already like a rough understanding of macro play. So like my own boarding experience has been pretty smooth, I would say. You know, Dead by Daylight is one of those games where it's like, I kept putting off trying out the game because I kept thinking, there's no way this game is going to last for that long. It's definitely going to die. How long has it been out now and still going pretty strong? 8 years? And I kept putting off like, yeah, that game's going to die for sure. And here we are. Very much not dead. And I kind of am really wishing I didn't put off getting into the game for so long. Obviously, being a late arrival puts you at a disadvantage, right? It's inherently just the way it is. Yeah, Robert, unironically, yeah. Like, the game has had like so many periods where it's had like such major issues And I think the game has some like some pretty major fundamental flaws, like in its gameplay design. But like, it just doesn't have a competitor. Straight up, there's just no competition. They've just got a stranglehold on the genre. It's like, no, it's just like every other fucking like asymmetric PvP style game like this that comes out has fucking sucked. So it's like, it's not, they just have like a natural monopoly on the market right now, just because like the competition's just fucking incompetent. It's kind of like, you know, Tarkov, right? Or like, pretty sure like Tarkov has like the absolute lion's share of the like the sort of like hardcore extraction shooters, right? But like, what competition does it have? Like fucking none. I think at this point it will be hard to dethrone Dead by Daylight, just because they have so many like big licenses, right? You know, Resident Evil, Alien, fucking Five Nights at Freddy's, Tokyo Ghoul. Like, they have so many big licenses, like big IPs in the game. It's like, it'll be really hard to dethrone Dead by Daylight at this point. It would definitely be like, I think at this point, probably like the only way Dead by Daylight gets dethroned, one, a new asymmetric game comes out that's just insanely good and like also manages to like immediately acquire some really big IPs and really big licenses. Or Dead by Daylight makes some changes that are so bad they manage to kill their game somehow. Yeah, but right now though, they've just got like a fucking stranglehold on the asymmetric PvP market. Yeah, so Dead by Daylight is a game that is very heavily momentum based, right? Momentum is like everything when it comes to winning or losing. If you can get the momentum and keep the momentum, you win. That's it. There's not like really much in the way of comeback mechanics, right? It's like pretty easy to snowball a victory. And because of that, sometimes just making one or two mistakes costs you a game. On both sides. I'm talking about both killer and survivor. One or two mistakes can cost you a game if it costs you a lot of momentum, right? So it's kind of an environment where like toxicity is just, it's going to be bad, right? Toxicity is going to be bad. Well, especially right now. Right now the games are very fast paced. The game has a very fast pace at the moment, and basically at like high MMR, if you're not playing one of the few like super absurdly strong killers that can just like control the entire map and can like easily win chases and like easily get downs, basically the most effective strategy you can do is to pick one survivor and kill them as quickly as possible and just get them out of the game immediately. And basically that's just not fun, right? That's just not fun for anybody, or especially the survivor that gets targeted. So I would say right now the game's kind of in like a really toxic meta more than anything. They are currently working on some things to try to like adjust that. Like they are trying to work on it. It's just we'll see if it works, right? So they're working on it. They're working on it. They recently put out a they recently like put out a test patch to like try to address that. That was like, it was really fucking bad. It got a lot of like some really severe pushback. They've delayed it for now, and they're planning to tweak it, it seems. So presumably in the near future, they are going to try to do something about it. I really thought by the time I was done with like the prayer potions, the ranging pods, and the brews, I really thought I would be closer to 90. Now that said, I think that sort of thing is only really a problem at like high MMR. Right? If you're like me and you're like still in low MMR, even just like mid MMR, like I said, I'm not really running any of like the meta shit at the moment, and I have a really high kill rate at the moment. I'm definitely like winning more than it. So like, the game is balanced around a 60% kill rate, right? So generally, 2 kills is considered a draw, and 3 kills is considered a win, right? For the killer. And actually, one thing I think there's a big disconnect for a lot of players who, especially people who play Survivor, who primarily play Survivor. I think there's a bit of a disconnect there, that it's just like the idea that like the game is intentionally balanced so that like 2 people don't make it out on like 2 or 3 people don't make it out on average. I think there's a big disconnect there for a lot of players, and like how the devs want to balance the game. But honestly, I think part of it is like, at high level gameplay, the game is too fast paced, right? The game is too fast paced, so the killers have to rely on like really toxic strategies to win. But I think a lot of people just like, they just aren't setting their expectations well. Right? I also think a lot of people have like this sort of rule book in their head about how players like have to play. And the moment like their opponents deviate from that in any way, they get really fucking mad about it. I thought about this before, but something I've had happen a couple times to me already, where it's like, so like sometimes I'll down somebody, right? And I'll know there's another survivor nearby who's like trying to like save them somehow, and that they're like hovering around. And because I know there's another survivor there, I can't like realistically just pick up the person, right? But some survivors get really mad at that and accuse you of slugging, quote unquote. This and like, so what people mean when they say slugging is like you just leave them on the ground with like no intention of picking them up, and you're just like, it's just like a really miserable experience. 9 times out of 10 though, in reality, when someone gets slugged, it's because there's another survivor nearby, or like legitimately the game is moving so fast that the killer can't even afford to spare the time to pick them up and put them on a hook. Like, a lot of times when a survivor gets slugged, it's not because the killer's like trying to be an asshole to them. It's just that, like they just literally don't have a choice, right? Like I try to play in like a really nice way. Like I try not to like slug people. I try not to tunnel people. But like it's not that uncommon for me to be in a situation in a match where I'm just like, I literally just don't have the time to pick this person up. I just can't pick them up. I don't have the time to do it. By the time it would take me to pick them up, walk over to a hook, and put them on the hook, if I spend that time doing that, I would just lose the game. So I just can't do that. And I think a lot of times survivors don't realize, like, when that happens to them, again, a lot of times it's not the killer trying to be toxic. It's just like they just don't have a choice. They just don't have a choice. I think there's a big disconnect between like people who mostly play killer and people who mostly play survivor. That like expectations for like the flow of the game and like what's going on in games. I think there's a really big disconnect, and I think there's a lot of toxicity that gets generated because of that disconnect. And like on the killer side, I think a lot of times you'll see someone being toxic to you, quote unquote. Like, you know, something that's fairly common in a match is like, you know, you'll be chasing a survivor and they'll like throw down a pallet, and maybe they'll stun you and they might teabag you or something. They might teabag you. Which, like, sure, you could say that's toxic, but a lot of times the reason they're doing that is because like there's another survivor nearby who's working on a generator, or there's a generator that's really close to being completed. And a lot of times they're literally just trying to buy time, right? They're not really doing it to be toxic. Even though you could say doing it is toxic, they're not doing it to be toxic necessarily. They're doing it because it's the objectively best thing to do at the time. Is to like bait you into chasing them and to wasting your time. So I think there's a big disconnect on like sometimes survivors just need to do that, right? Sometimes they just need to like, they just need to bait you into chasing them no matter what it takes, right? If they want to win. And especially mid-match, it's really easy to forget that and like not take that into consideration because the enemy's being toxic, quote unquote. Now, I think there's an argument to be made there that perhaps the way the game is designed, you know, promotes toxicity just in its core gameplay decisions. I think you could argue that, and I think I would agree, frankly. But my point is, a lot of times when people are being toxic, quote unquote, they're not really doing it to be toxic. They're just doing what they need to do to win, right? And if you let it get to you, it'll make your experience way worse. So here's like, so if you're playing killer and a survivor's teabagging you after a pallet, unless it's like a 4-man bully squad, stop and think, why are they doing that? Is there a gen nearby? Can I hear that gen being worked on? Is there a gen I know they were working on before that was kind of already close? Suddenly, a survivor stopping to teabag me, one, not only does it slow them down, so even if I decide to commit the chase, it means they won't get as much distance. But it's also entirely possible I could just treat that as basically information that, like, something else is happening somewhere else in the game that is important. Either another survivor is close, maybe one that's in danger of, you know, dying. Maybe there's a survivor on death hook that's nearby that the survivor is trying to protect by drawing my attention. Or maybe there's a generator being worked on close by, or maybe there's a generator that's really close to being completed. And so all of a sudden, the survivor stopping the teabag isn't them being toxic. It's potentially them giving information to me, right? It's potentially just free info. If you, like, stop to look at the match at a larger scale and, like, what is going on the macro level here? Why are they doing this? And how should I respond, right? And obviously, of course, there are going to be people that are just trying to be toxic. They are just trying to be assholes. They are just trying to make your gameplay experience as miserable as possible. But I think the vast majority of people are just not trying to do that. They're just trying to win. And it's a PvP game. Obviously, people are going to try to win. You know, I'm a fairly new player, so maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but over my years of just, like, kind of casually watching Dead by Daylight, that is my impression. Especially after playing it myself. There is possible. It is also possible that I kind of have a bit of a biased take here because I kind of go into a match with, and I do kind of try to like play as nicely as feasible, right, while still winning. So again, I don't really ever tunnel anybody, not intentionally at least. Sometimes I'll just happen to run into someone right away, right, and like that sucks, but there's really nothing I can do about it. I don't ever go out of my way to slug people for to get a 4K. The only time I slug people is when I think it's just absolutely necessary for me to not lose the match, right? If I think it's necessary for me to not lose the match, I'll slug. But I don't ever go out on my way to do like super hardcore slugging. Like, maybe I have a bit of a bias here just because, like, maybe because I play that way, the people I play against are also kind of like less toxic in return, right? No, I really thought I was going to be a lot closer to 90 at this point. I seem to have underestimated how much grinding I need to do. My whole point of that whole spiel was, if you're not playing toxically yourself, most people are probably not going to be that toxic back to you. I mean, considering that, there's probably a bit of a snowball effect in the Dead by Daylight community, where it's like a large enough players, like a large enough proportion of the players are toxic that, like, because they're being toxic, other players are being toxic back to them, and it sort of just breeds this like toxicity loop, right? Hopefully there'll be a big meta shakeup soon. 'Cause I do really think that the current meta for killer is probably like a big reason why there's like so much toxicity in the game at the moment. Because there's like 3 or 4 killers that are like at the top of the tier list that basically they don't need like really need chase perks or like info perks or anything like that. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just run 4 generator slowdown perks, because that's all they need. But a lot of the lower tier killers can't really get away with that. But I think a lot of the lower tier killers try to use that sort of build And it like, at that point, basically the only way for you to get a win is like, basically the only way for you to win is to like play in ways that's like really annoying, or, like frustrating and unfun. And legitimately, I think that's a lot of it. I think that's a big portion of it. A while back, I talked about seeing that one video, right? From Scott Jund, who he was arguing that, you know, like basically any perk that helps you down a survivor is like effectively a gen slowdown perk, and he was actually getting a lot of pushback against that for some fucking reason. I think that's like a great sort of indication that players are kind of like, I think DbD players are like really stuck in a specific mindset that like breeds a really bad meta. Because like basically his arguments was, if you're running 4 gen regression perks, but all those gen regression perks are reliant on you, like you getting downs or you getting hooks, but you don't have anything that helps you get hooks or get downs, then the perks aren't doing anything for you, right? So a lot of the lower tier killers, they can't run 4 gen regression perks and it just work, right? They need to run like maybe 2 regression perks and maybe 2 chase perks, or 1 info and 1 chase perk, right? They can't just run gen regression perks and it just work out, right? But I think so many players are so locked in on gen regression being the meta that like they're just super fucking, like, they're just playing builds on characters where it just doesn't work. Like, go play 4 gen regression perks on Trapper and see how that works out for you. Spoiler, it fucking won't. I've actually been kind of wanting to try out some Basement Trapper, actually. It's something I've been thinking about. I don't know if it's actually fun, though. Like, the whole idea of Basement Trapper is, like, you kind of set it so people just, like, once you get them hooked down in the basement, they kind of just can't get out. Like a very snowball-heavy strategy. Or either it works really well or it doesn't work at all. I did like one of the best examples I can think of is like, I was watching someone play Huntress and they were running like the meta gen regression build, and they were just having a fucking miserable time. I'm sitting here thinking, it's just like, well, why are you running gen regression on Huntress? Like, aura perks are so strong on Huntress because you can sort of like start and end the chase before, or like you can end the chase before it even starts, right? If you see someone's aura as they walk across the map and they don't know you've got a hatchet lined up on them and you just fucking slap the shit out of them with a hatchet from like halfway across the map, that's just like immediate big value. And if you down them, oh my god, that's like. But if you're only running like gen regression perks and you don't have like any info, you just don't know where people are. You're stuck like waddling around the map at like a pretty slow speed because, you know, Huntress's base speed is pretty slow, right? You're fucking waddling around at the speed of a fucking turtle. You don't know where the fuck anybody's at, so you can't like fucking cross map people with your hatchets. Like, oh, fucking course you lose, right? Oh, fucking course you lose. Kind of reminds me of a lot of times back when I was playing Overwatch, right? Back when I was playing a ton of Overwatch. Obviously, like, Overwatch has metas, right? But sometimes, you know, there would be metas that just, like, didn't really work very well on certain maps, right? But you would always get players who are, like, dead set on playing whatever the current meta comp is, even on maps where it's not very strong. Or downright bad, even. And just be like, it's just basically throwing the game. Kind of reminds me of that. Where people just get like too hung up on following the meta, even in like situations where it just doesn't make sense. It's very similar. I mean, the idea of like a singular meta for a game like Dead by Daylight, where it's one character with a unique set of powers on one team, right? The idea of that one team having one set meta on all characters is just simply nonsensical to begin with, right? From which each character has its own meta. Right? If you attempt to apply metas from other characters, might not work out so well. Oh no. Oh man, I did not have as much XP banked as I realized, huh? I'm actually short. I'm short on XP. Shit. Do we have any more dragon scales in the group bank by chance? Oh, I fucking used all of them already. Shit. Okay, what do I have? Okay, if I use my Aventos to make super energies, okay, that'll get me to 90. Okay. Okay. I've barely got enough, but I've got enough. That means I need to do even more supply gathering. Fuck. I've got quite a bit of Swamp Tar now, actually. I've got 61k in just Hardlander Tar. Or I could just make Compost Potion. It's probably faster to make tar than potions, right? I'm glad I did all that yapping about Dead by Daylight. I feel like it really helped me sort out my thoughts. I was actually kind of thinking about making a video about like the new player experience and like my experience as like a new player in Dead by Daylight. And I think the weirdest thing is just like the Dead by Daylight community just makes no fucking sense. I kind of just like kind of the way like some people think about the game and approach the game is just like completely nonsensical. I don't know, but hopefully, I think they could fix a lot of Dead by Daylight's problems just by slowing the pace of the game down. Slow the pace of the game down. Make it so like some of the like really like shitty, annoying ways to play are like heavily disincentivized, like tunneling and slugging. Slow down the overall pace of the game, and I think the game would be in a much healthier state. And in like a way more enjoyable state as well. And it seems like they kind of want to do that. So perhaps the developers have kind of arrived at the same conclusion I have with the game. I feel like the biggest problem with the changes they wanted to introduce, they just didn't address the pace of the game well enough. So they tried to address like the tunneling and the slugging. They didn't really address the pace of the game, which is the reason those became such a big problem to begin with, right? But I feel like if they can address tunneling and slugging, I feel like at that point, the pacing of the game issue will become like extremely glaring and evident. And like at that point, people will like start pushing them to address that. And it'll kind of like probably naturally resolve itself. I think actually, I think the biggest thing they need to do, they just need to bite the bullet and nerf the shit out of the top tier killers. They might end up having to make those characters complete dog shit until they can figure out a better way to balance them. But I think some of the top tier killers, like, I think balance has to revolve so much around them that like they just got to eat shit for a while. That's just the way it is. Until they can figure out a better way to balance them. Like, Like Nurse is, I feel like Nurse is so bad for the game. Nurse's ability to like teleport through walls and like cover the map and just like immediately hit people and like fucking basically negate any chance of like a successful chase. Like I feel like so much of this game has to be balanced around that being a problem. Like, sorry, but like they need the Nurse nerf. They need the nerfer. They need the nerf fucking like they need the nerf Blight. They need the nerf fucking Ghoul and Dracula. They just need the nerfs those characters. And then they can work on making a better foundation for the rest of the game. Like, really the biggest problem right now is the pace of the game is really high. The pace of the game is fast, but that's not a problem for the best killers. It is a problem for the weaker killers. But the gap between those is like so fucking big that like there's just like nothing you can really do about it as is as a player, right? Like something just has to change balance wise. Like the power level of the game in general needs to be brought down. The power level is too high on both sides. For both survivors and top tier killers. They just need to bring down the power level. And of course, the issue there is like, if you bring down the power level of one side but not the other, that creates its own problems, right? So it's just like they're in a tough spot in the current state of the game. I think they're in a really tough spot. But I think it's addressable. They just gotta be willing to commit. Like, legitimately, I think the best thing they could do was be like, okay, guys, we're working on this patch. So, like, we're nerfing the top tier killers. We're implementing anti-slugging and anti-tunneling stuff. We know that this is going to be kind of rough for killers for a while. We're working on tweaking the survivor side of things to make it more balanced. Like, just like, yeah, we know it's going to fucking suck for a bit, but we just need to do this. Right? I think they just have to bite the bullet and just come out and say, this is going to suck, but we have to do it. I just don't know if they're willing to do that. And the problem is, they're so bad at, the Dead by Daylight dev team is so fucking awful at communicating. They're so awful at communicating. Like, I feel like, you know, I mentioned earlier, like, the last, like, test, like, the last player, like, the last, like, beta test server notes they put out was, like, really heavily disliked, right? If they had, like, opened it up and been like, you know, we know these changes are pretty rough, but, like, we just need to get these out and, like, test numbers to figure out how much we need to dial it back. And then we can start working on, like, balancing the game better overall on both sides. I feel like if they just did that, people would have been like, they wouldn't have been so mad about it, right? Like, people were so fucking mad about the PTB changes. And, like, rightfully so, right? It's like, rightfully, but they just started with, like, yeah, we know these changes are rough, and they're like really harsh on killers, but we're going to tweak it. We just need to figure out how much we need to dial it back. We need to figure out how we need to adjust survivor perks to adjust for it. If they just, like, started with that, would have been no problems, I think. But they didn't. They just have fucking terrible communication. Like, not to be, like, super fucking arrogant, but unironically, let me handle dev player communication. I'll get the game fixed within a year. Right now, the problem is literally just there's just the communication between the dev team and the player base is so fucking bad that basically no progress can be made, I think. Because anytime they try to change anything, people get mega fucking pissed. They have a fucking crash out. And legitimately, it's just a communication issue. It's legitimately a communication issue. It probably also doesn't help that it seems like among the members of the dev team that are communicating with the players, they seem to be the ones that don't really have a good understanding of the game. And that paints a really bad picture. I think like a big problem right now is like basically just like so much animosity. Like the communication is so bad between the player base and the dev team that basically a ton of animosity is built up on both sides. And basically like neither side listens to each other anymore. I think that's Dead by Daylight's biggest problem. Actually. And legitimately, I think if just like if like the player base and the dev team manage to clear up the animosity and like start actually properly communicating with each other, they'd have the game fixed in like no time. It'd be sorted. And you know what? Fuck this shit. I'll finish up the rest of my supply gathering tonight. I'll finish up level 90 tomorrow. Let's play some fucking Dead by Daylight. I've been sitting here yapping about it for like 2 fucking hours. Let's play some Dead by Daylight. Oops, that's the wrong screen. This thing you're yapping about, bro. Let's fucking play the damn game. If it'll launch. There we go. I don't know what it is about the easy anti-cheat on this game. Is for some reason fucking slow as shit. Like every other game that uses easy anti-cheat doesn't take that long to launch, but it always takes fucking forever to launch Dead by Daylight for some reason. Yeah, let's not. I think I'm gonna stop using this like walker build. I like it. It's like really thematic, but it's probably just not that good. This is the build I was thinking about trying. I don't know if Alien Instincts is good, but I don't know. Having like 2 info perks related to hooks seems like a solid idea. Nowhere to Hide just seems really good in general. And then obviously Lethal Pursuer for just the benefit. All my aura stuff. I'm just like giga info build. It's like full info build. I don't know if it's a good idea to run like full info like this on Xenomorph, but I'm gonna try it. Run Lambert's. Maybe Emergency Helm. And I like Crew Headset a lot. I feel like Crew Headset kind of catches a lot of people off guard. Because of the extra 6-meter detection. You might think they're safe when they're not. Shit, that was fast. There's gonna be 2 toolboxes and a flashlight. Just waiting to see if this person switches to... Okay. Just waiting to see if that person switches to a flashlight. Because honestly, if there's like 2 flashlights, I'd probably just prefer to grab a Vertigo Lightborn. Long load. Oh. We're on my map. That's a really bad start from me. Honestly, it's gonna give me alien instinct on this guy. So I'm pretty alright with how this is turning out. What? Was I really close enough to get power stunned by that? The guy still hasn't healed. Too late. Huh? What? How did I not hit him? This is a really bad start for me. This is a really, really bad start for me. I'm probably about to pop like 2 gens. I kind of like need to tunnel her at this point, I think, if I want to have a chance at this game. Guess we're getting rid of the pallet for me. Another guy with the flashlights on hook still. Pretty safe to go for that pickup. They haven't got him off the... They just got him off the hook. They're kind of throwing hard right here. I don't know what they're doing. We get alien instinct. Decisive, maybe? She might have decisive. No. The way she's playing, I kind of assume she had decisive. I don't know what he's doing. They're throwing this game hard, though. Honestly, my initial chase was so bad they should have, like, at least 3 gens done by now. I don't know what they're doing. Ooh, nice dodge. This is not a good loot for you, though. Break that. Actually, I'm just gonna take her down the basement. I don't have like a way to defend it, so the basement's not really good for me, but... yeah, I don't think this person's running anywhere. All I understand is she runs. Scene. Go check generators then. This one hasn't been worked on. Did that person give up on hook? Well, I guess they're just trying to give the last person hatch. And you know, honestly, this game went so well for me, they can have hatch. Oh, I can't hear hatch on the ground. I was going to try to find hatch for him. I mean, I'll let the last guy have hatch. Huh? Why were they doing a gym? Go find hatch, bro. And here's hatch. I have no idea what this person might be. I'm gonna close hatch and just let them get the exit gate. I'll just zoom around in the tunnels for a bit. There we go. We got it. That was a rough match for them. I don't know, dude. Those first two guys just like... Dude, that's an example when like... If people just like keep hovering like that... It just throws the game for them. Like, I didn't really do anything crazy about that round. It's just like these two guys were just like, they basically just threw the game. They just like wouldn't fuck off. Like, I tunneled the Claudette a bit because I thought I'd need to, just to get some momentum back because my initial chase was so bad. But then they just kept doing really dumb shit. Right? They just like wouldn't fuck off. I feel like it's definitely one of those things you have to learn as a survivor. Like, if you don't fuck off, the killer won't fuck off, right? Oh. I switched off the flashlight. I guess that's fine. I wonder if that was a strat. Pretend like they're going to bring in a flashlight. To, like, see if they couldn't get me to switch to Lightborn, so I kind of waste a perk. I mean, I still have it for that one person at least. I don't have to worry about flashlight saves. I can play around that. This is a really bad room. That room's really, really weak for survivors. You really shouldn't have even tried. I need to go back to the center room like ASAP. I don't think I can hit over this. And she got so much distance off of that. I'm playing this really badly. playing this really badly. Nice. This is gonna be a really rough comeback. If I can get one at all. I think I probably lost this game. I made too many mistakes. I thought about trying to hit her there, but she's not injured, so I'm not gonna down her if I don't break that. I'm not gonna down her anyways. So it's better for me to just go ahead and get rid of that turret. Nice. I'm just gonna hook this person and get pressure. I thought about chasing the other person, but that person's on death hook now. Really need to defend that gen now. Honestly, I don't mind taking this chase. Dick. I want to go back to the other hook now. They really should have been doing this gen. Big alien instinct value. Or whatever the fucking perk is called. Actually, was that nowhere to hide? Actually, I think that was nowhere to hide. I need to go back to this gen. It is super close to being done. There's someone here. No? And she went for that vault I hit her. I should have broke this forever ago. That was a mistake on my part. That's really big. I should have M1'd her. I had extra slowdown for no reason there. Oh, what the fuck? That hit? Insane mistake. It's not worth her getting down there. Unless they can come pick her up before I get back, which I doubt they will. I think this game is over. Yeah, this game is probably over. I probably won. Really? She should have at least fucking... She should have at minimum, like, pre-dropped that. Yeah. Well, GG's. That was a crazy comeback that should not have happened. Yeah, that comeback should have like never happened. That Claudette, like, trying to commit for that save right there, absolutely threw that match. That was my game to lose. And that one play stole defeat from the jaws of victory. And they didn't even attempt like a single flashlight save. Well, I guess I didn't really give him a chance to. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming the Claudette had some sort of like pickup speed perk. I bet it was super close. It was probably super close. I probably barely got her down in time. Did I switch off Lightborn? I guess I'll see you in a second. See what I mentioned earlier, like a single bad play, single mistake can like turn a whole game around. That's what I mean. I'm right next to a hole. That's a really fast down. There's someone working on this gym below me. Well, this match is overwhelmingly in my favor at this point. What a misplay from the Sable right there. I don't know what she was thinking. Did she think I was just not going to chase her? Honestly, I'm tempted to kick that gen for nowhere to hide, but I think I want to go check a different gen. I was right, too. I'm gonna go and break that. Nice. Honestly, I think I would have preferred having that pallet dropped. Nice.
Pre-dropping like that against aliens is really dangerous. You gotta be really careful about when you pre-drop pallets. Nice dodge. Damn. I think I hit her there if I didn't miss. Can I afford to chase this person any longer? Oh, I'm still at 5 gens. I have plenty of time. I'm free to chase. Why did she wait so long? I'm gonna take her to the score chuck. Oh shit. I think I fucked up. I did. I'm really fucking up here. Ooh, that was nasty. They're gonna just heal it. They are healing under hook. Oh, I interrupted the unhook. Oh, get fucked. I can't even say it was a nice dodge. I just fucking missed. I just should have fucking missed. You didn't try to dodge that at all. So what's up doing? She knows I know. I think I hit her here. Pallet? Damn, this person just isn't gonna drop the pallet, huh? I can't believe I didn't hear her right there. I bet I can't hit over that. Nowhere to hide coming in clutch. Probably going for that gen. That was really good. This person's pretty good in chase. I totally fucked up. Really? Bagging on a fucking drone? Really? Alright, bro. Especially a draw where the person bagging got fucking carried. Alright, dude. Holy shit, dude. The guy bagging got carried so fucking hard. Really get my Floods of Rage level up. Can I get a Floods of Rage? Can I get Floods of Rage, please? I just want to level up Floods of Rage. Finally. Alright. Damn, killer queues are fast now. Ever since 2v8 ended, killer queues are actually super fast. I was really hoping someone would come for the flashlight save right there. Because I've got Lightborn. I should have just M-Wonder. Not a particularly good start from me. Legitimately, whoever popped that fucking block vial got them killed. You just know they're like, fucking, he's slugging, he's slugging. You just fucking know it. Like that wasn't like the most fucking obvious. Fucking. Oh, they already got him off the hook. Like, you know, like, that wasn't going to be the most obvious fucking pallet save ever. He's slugging! Are they just like not doing gens? But did she not jump down? I swore I heard her jump down. Maybe she was trying to use that perk, it, like, stuns you when you get out of a walker. But it, like, takes time to be able to use that. Should I let him have hatchet? Or not hatchet, you know what? No. Just for like that, just cause like I abandoned that, they fucked over that one guy, I can die. That poor Sable. Just got left on hook. This poor fucking Sable, dude. Dude, it's so fucked what they did to this Sable, right? The first, they left Sable on hook for a full stage. And then after getting Sable off hook, they pop a fucking smoke bomb. And Sable was the only one I could find. Yeah, they was so fucked up what they did to Disable. I feel really bad for Disable. Dude, honestly, that's why I think the fog vials are bad. Legitimately, I think the fog vials fuck up your own teammates more than they fuck up the killer like 9 times out of 10.
Like, if you're by yourself, it's one thing, but if there's another ally, if there's another, like, survivor there with you, I feel like the moment you pop a fucking fog vial, you just fuck them up. Because the fog vial is, like, such a detriment to survivors. Every time, I swear. It, like, never works out well, Rome. This build feels pretty good, though. Between all the info I get from my perks and the info I get just naturally as Xenomorph, it feels like I always have info. Like, I just always have info. It feels really good. Someone actually spawned pretty close to me. Pre-drop. Understand she can't you can't like drop that too late. Okay, a bit slower of a first chase than I'd like. On this score, chuck up the hill. I'm pretty sure there's a guy up here. Impatient. Cut him off, good. Big. Probably about to pop a gen.
sorry, but I had info on you. Wait, what? How the fuck did I lose her? Unlucky. Basement time. Have fun. I'm gonna let her off. I feel bad. Wiggle. Good dodge. I just kick the gen and get in the hole. Sorry, Sable. You had your shot. Probably on that middle gen. Am I really fucked up, huh? Perhaps played a little too nice. That's when it causes me troubles if I don't get rid of it. Go back and kick this gen. Break this. We'll go check that gen. Okay, it hasn't been worked on. With the tip, I think. That's just unlucky. I should have known it was decisive. Since he's the obsession. Damn, I played way too nice. I wasted so much time trying to let that Sable go. Yeah, it kind of threw the game for me. I mean, it was still a fun game. That's fine. Points. And the only thing they're bringing in is the one toolbox, huh? Am I really fucked up? Are they fucking serious? Right in front of me? Fair enough. Nosy King's go for that. Huh? How do you not get hit there? Yeah, you didn't make that. He probably bought them a fucking Genzo. I'll take that. We're getting a hole now. After I kick this. Never mind, I'm not gonna go kick it. We're getting a hole. You know, that kind of makes it a bit obvious I have nowhere to hide. We'll see if they take advantage of that. I don't know what she was thinking. There was no way she was going to be able to get that gen done in time. Does it run really bad? I mean, fair enough, I guess. This person is like tunneling the gen so fucking hard. That's a bad on my part. I kind of feel bad for slugging that guy. It was pretty unnecessary. I'm not gonna slug him anymore. I think this guy's dead, right? Isn't this guy on death hook? Yeah, I think I just kill him and get him out of the game. It went over to sabotage that hook. I feel like this person's trying to bait me. But they're dead. I think this person's just planning to die edge map. Pull me away. Yeah. So someone's probably on that gen over there. Burst. Oh, this is bad. There's 2 out. GG's. Or they just go out. Wait, what? What the fuck is he doing? Does he not know the other door is open? Huh? Three dead. Somehow. I don't know how I got a 3rd kill there. I played really poorly that match. I think we'll need to wrap up for the day. I mentioned it earlier, but I got bit by something on like the back of my thigh. And it's starting to bother me quite a bit at this point. Like the sore spot. So I think I've sat in my chair as much as I can for the day. There was some good games though. But I think I only lost 1 game. There was 1 draw, and the rest were all victory. The rest were all wins. There was some good matches. I really like Xenomorph a lot. I really like Xenomorph a lot. I like that his kit kind of had like everything, but there's counterplay to it, right? It's got info, it's got movement, it's got a chase ability. But all of it has counterplay, right? Doesn't feel like I'm playing something super, super cheap. Like Nurse or Blight, right? Yeah, I think I like this killer a lot. I mean, also it's the fucking Xenomorphs. Kind of, I guess I can't see them. What kind of customizations do they have for these? Except for maybe this one. I don't think I like any of them more than the default one.
I guess this was just basically like a recolor. Is this just a menu thing, or is it actually like this much bigger? It's like $15. Sounds like kind of tempting. All right, though. It's time for me to wrap for the day, guys. I really gotta just not be in my chair for a while. Well, as always, guys, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it, and I will catch y'all tomorrow for probably much the same as today. RuneScape and Dead by Daylight. All right? Take it easy. Have a good one, buddy. The game has kidnapped my mouse. Nah, you're good, Zuri. I mean, I didn't stream the past few days anyways. Because, my leg was in, like, quite a bit worse condition than it was today. So, I just, like, couldn't sit for very long, so... I just, like, couldn't stream. Anyways, I'll catch y'all later, alright?